Hello Live! Matt here with Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Part 9! Let's play! Ayan, hinihintay ko lang mag-load yung game kasi naka-queuing ulit. Maraming naglalaro. So, ayan. Let's go! Umuulan na naman dito sa game na to. Thank you, friend. Buscaron might come off as rough-hewn to strangers, but I tell you, he'd be right devastated were anything to happen to one of his regulars. What's that? Iriel assures me that her brother is in fine fettle as well. Why, I have not the slightest idea of whom she speaks, nor why that would concern me. Ah, it's a minion. So how's the hospitality of our enemies? Left a sour taste in your mouth, did it? Pity that. They have no respect for land or law, but they're not without their uses. Now they know who you are. Ain't that ye scared of them? Your name's getting known of late, for better or worse. A lot of folk taking an interest in you. Though it's best if you went looking for them before they came looking for you. The poison stashes are no more, you say? Good lad, your next pint will be on me. Were it my druthers, I'd grab those Kirkern one by one and stringing up by their ratty ears. But old man Buscaron won't have none of that. Says each battle we forego now saves us one down the road, and to tell the truth, I'm starting to come around to his ways. To the adventurers, merchants, and laborers that come here to partake in fine ale and fine company, the Druthers is like a second home, even an only home to the more unfortunate. We'd be fools not to avail ourselves of the protection of wood whalers and the god's quiver, but there lies a special satisfaction in defending one's own home. You've done us all proud today, friend. The trees have eyes. Lana seeks an adventurer to gather the offerings necessary for a local custom. This tavern is sheltered by the shroud, imparting a sense of peace and tranquility to all within. It is for this reason, as much as Buscaron's ale and yarns of adventure, that wayfarers from across the realm find respite at these tables. But the protection of the forest is not to be taken for granted. No, we must respect and honor the trees. Only in doing so will they do the same for us. And so I would ask you to perform a simple task. You are to make an offering to one of the forest's fallen guardians. Not far from here lie the withered remains of a treant who perished protecting the forest it so loved. Obtain the umbels of 4 antelope does and 2 freshly plucked head trap petals, then place them before the treant. After the offering has been made, and bow your head in deference, I can promise you that when you arise, you will do so with a newfound understanding of the significance of my words. You have placed the offering as I asked? Thank you. The treant you have honored was not always withered thus, unable to bear the changes racking the forest in the wake of the calamity. It lost all trace of vibrant life, wasting away into its current haggard appearance. You adventurers may see treants as little more than overgrown adversaries, but many of us local folk revere these creatures as guardians of the woods. It is nature's way that we tend to those who once tended to us. Should we forsake our protectors now, then we ourselves will be forsaken when their protection is needed once more. My feisty little chocobo. The unmistakable smell of chocobo clings to you, adventurer. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your own trusty steed? Aye, I thought so. Now tell me, is your bird battle trained? If not, you might consider seeking the advice of Luculot over the Bent Branch Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all matters concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to keep you attain greater affinity with your bird. Greetings, adventurer. Is there something you need? You wish to have your chocobo trained in combat? This is no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing. Asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I will help train your chocobo, but on the promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. To begin, we will need a bunch of gisal greens. You have my leave to pick one from the yields yonder. Return here when you have it. The trick to chocobo breeding is not, as some assume, to slavishly adhere to an establishment set of procedures. No. One's main concern should be to maintain a safe and happy environment for the birds. Have you acquired the greens? Superb, then we shall get straight to it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of gisal greens. Gisal, Giselle greens. They love the leafy vegetables so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your bird the greens, you can prevail upon it to fight beside you, and then, once called, it will be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order and it will act accordingly and to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Fortemps family, one of the foremost houses in Ishgard. And that concludes your lesson. Of course, it is not enough to merely hear about the practice. One must venture forth and attempt it oneself. Summon your chocobo with a bunch of Giselle greens and together make your way to Sorrel Haven. The brood says that proud the area ought to be suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them and return here. And lastly, by way of advice, I would recommend you keep an ample supply of Giselle greens on your person at all times. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as much as you can carry. Fighting with the chocobo. In addition to riding him, you can also summon your chocobo to fight alongside you. To do so, you will first require a bunch of Giselle greens. This chocobo favorite can be purchased in stores. To summon your chocobo, simply use the greens. Chocobo gain experience points and grow just as you do in combat, but they can only fight in the same places in which they can be ridden. When traveling the world alone, your feathered companion may turn the tide when fighting enemies of a comparable level. Let's go. Ordering your chocobo. Once summoned to battle, your chocobo will remain with you for 30 minutes Earth time until he suffers injuries grievous enough to make him flee. To give your companion orders, use the commands located under orders in the actions and traits interface. To order your chocobo to auto attack, simply select free stance. You can dismiss your companion at any time by selecting the command withdraw. Once summoned to battle, your chocobo will remain with you for 30 minutes Earth time. Use another bunch of Giselle greens to summon your steed again. Okay. Good job. Lhasa. See Thunderbolt. So, you have successfully negotiated your first few battles with your chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it not supremely reassuring fighting with your feathered companion? Your chocobo can make up for your shortcomings or build upon your strengths. Indeed, there are countless ways the two of you might complement one another. Though some experimentation, you will come to find the approach that serves you best. Before I forget, I have one last parting gift. A saddlebag for your chocobo. Carrying Gisel greens about can be quite cumbersome. After all, and there should be sufficient room for your personal belongings. Should you need a rise, pray it serves you well on your travels. You can now access your Chocobo Saddlebag. This supplementary storage window can be accessed by selecting Chocobo Saddlebag located under Character in the main menu. A saddlebag for your chocobo is now available. This spacious sack can be used as a supplement to your normal storage, with features allowing for simple transfer of items between the saddlebag and your personal and retainer inventories. Your chocobo companion does not need to be summoned to access the saddlebag. However, it cannot be opened while in an instance dungeon, so be sure to move items required on raids to your normal inventory before commencing the duty. Hey, why hello there lad, care to make some easy gill? You need only deliver a file of my wares to a customer. I'll make it worth your while. Why ask me? You think some street urchin wouldn't scruple to abscond with my goods or pilfer from my profits? No, I needed adventure for this work, someone with morals. Now that we understand each other, take this to the gladiator waiting on the steps of Nod. Once you receive his dues, bring them straight back here, and rest assured I will know if you're even a gill short. From Edwin from Certhas? Oh dear, my friend, may I call you that? Oh well then, Mateo, there's a problem with the ceruleum and you think Edwin is vexed. You have no idea how difficult this is for me. Angry about the ceruleum order being late, is he? Friend, pardon me, Mateo. I understand his situation, I really do, and I would ship the stuff to him if I had any. The fact is, it's been a mighty struggle for many moons to procure processed ceruleum from Amagina and Sons, and now they have entirely ceased doing business with most vendors. It's hard life being the middleman, my dear man. We pay for the sins of the producers like Amagina, and what do we get from them in turn? Not so much as how do you do. Edwin's quarrel is with them, not me. Tisk, do you know now? Do you not know? The concern has the exclusive right to mine ceruleum in northern Thanalan. They can do whatever they want. You can always try them directly. Go talk to Papawazu at Camp Blue Fog. Though I warn you, he's a smug little toad. Diminutive gladiator. This is taking forever. Maybe it really was too good to be true. Ah, thank you, sir. I've been waiting for what felt like an age, but finally it's here. My miracle dropped. Oh, do you not know what this is? This, my friend, is a phial of the mysterious brew called Fantasia. Legend states that any who drink it before lying down for a nap awakens a new man or woman. My Colosseum debut is coming up and I'm terribly nervous, so I thought this medication might bestow me with some self-confidence I lack, and a chiseled, muscly body besides. I can't wait to show off in my subliger. Take this to the medicine merchant with my compliments. Now, If you'll excuse me, I'm off to make my dreams come true. Ah, yun pala yung Fantasia. Good, you're back. And with my payment, I expect. Every last skill accounted for. I knew you'd be right for the job. Now for your payment. But what's this? Siya yung gladiator kanina. A friend of yours? I can't say I recognized him. My client? You mean that little Lalafellan gladiator? Well, yes, isn't that what your medicine does? Who's to say? I have no way of proving that man was indeed my client. But if it would sate your curiosity, I believe I can spare you a file for your own experimentation. Now, my business here is done. We will meet again someday, though whether we recognize one another is less certain. Thank you. Oh. Medicine Fantasia. Legend states that any who drink this mysterious liquid before lying down for the evening will awaken a new man or woman. Grants you an opportunity to edit your appearance in the character creation screen upon your next login. Once logged in with a new appearance, you may continue to re-edit within a set period of time. Okay. Complete. I don't think I'll be needing to do anything kasi my character is perfect. Distraught lass. Taking the red. Soul of the Red Mage. Okay. Oh, are you an adventurer? Please, you have to rescue my sister. Some horrible people tried to Some horrible people tried to kidnap us just outside the city gates. I managed to break free when a traveler stopped to help, but my sister never caught up to me. I will save her. You will? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Please hurry through the gate here and just keep going straight ahead. You're sure to find them. The traveler was some sort of a mage, I think, but it was 1 against 5. Surely he couldn't stand against so many. Okay, if I go straight, that's what she said. Don't touch me. Oh, you're not one of them. A red mage. And who might you be? You came to lend your aid? My apologies. Had I but known, I would have spared you a villain or two. After all, you seem to share my distaste for those who would prey upon defenseless children. Aye, birds of a feather we are. I'm Rontia, a pilgrim of sorts. Might I know your name, friend? Mateo? Now, why does that strike such a familiar chord? Excuse me, I just wanted to thank you for saving me. My pleasure, child. You are unharmed, yes? Good, let us escort this brave lass to her sister then. Lead the way. You found her, adventurer. Thank you. We are very grateful for your kindness. I was so scared. What did those terrible people want with us? You need not worry about them anymore, sister. The man in red defeated them all. You saw how he fought with spells and steel? He's one of those heroes Papa told us about. A crimson duelist, aren't you? Huh? I did not expect to hear that name this far south into Eorzea. Then you are a crimson duelist. I knew it. If your papa is telling you his daughter's tales of red mages, then he must be from Alamigo, yes? Well, that would explain his choice of bedtime stories. Now, shall we see you lasses home? We'll be alright from here. Thank you again, sir. Aww. And away they skip, safe and happy. Now, Mateo, was it not? I believe we've earned ourselves a celebratory drink. Aha. You need not feel compelled, my friend. Should the mood strike you, however, you'll find me staying over at Black Brush Station. I find the ale served at the coffer and coffin most agreeable. Thunderbolt. Companion skills. As your chocobo rank increases, he will earn skill points. These points can be used to acquire new companion specific actions and traits. There are three different skill types, or there are three different skill trees you can choose for your chocobo: defender, attacker, and healer. When your chocobo acquires his first skill from any of these traits, he will also learn that tree's stance. Activating the defender stance will turn your chocobo into a defensive-minded stalwart. The attacker stance will transform your chocobo into an offensive force, and finally the healer stance will have your chocobo focus on restoring your HP rather than participating in battle. How you choose to your chocobo skill points is entirely up to you, but remember, once an action or trait has been purchased, the purchase cannot be undone. Think about how you wish to use your chocobo in battle and choose its path of progression wisely. Okay. Ah, you came. As it so happens, the mother of those girls tracked me down and insisted I accept a reward. Once I mentioned you might be stopping by, she left a token of gratitude for you as well. It seems we have assisted an affluent merchant family, a revelation which might explain the attempted kidnapping, hefty ransom and all that. I'm told the girls were immediately assigned a capable bodyguard. However, so we can drink in peace knowing that they are well protected. Oh, I've remembered whence I know your name. I learned of you first from a young lass named Alize, whom I met upon the road. She expressed an admiration for your growing exploits, even as she persuaded me to teach her the basics of red magery. She proved a quick study in the arcane side of things, but fencing was something of a challenge. By the end of our lessons, however, she had learned to combine spellcraft with swordplay, then to cast from afar, and when to lunge forward with a well-timed thrust. And what of you, my friend? Have you any interest in the art? I suspect you would make an exceptional red mage. Pwede, actually. I am deadly serious. A man who would rush to the aid of the stranger's child without fear or hesitation is a man I would trust with the power of red magic. But even beyond that, I sense in you a kindred spirit. Be warned, however, that my style of teaching is a practical one. I will expect you to join me in my journey and assist me in aiding others. Accept those terms and I will bestow upon you the accoutrements of a red mage. Are you familiar with soul crystals? This particular stone is attuned to past wielders of red magics and will fill your mind with a firm foundation of a technique. You need only reach forth your hand. Are you prepared to walk the path of a red mage? One word and the soul crystal is yours. If I unlock this job, can I go back to my old job? Okay. Sure. You will not regret this decision, my friend. Gods above, for a moment there, I thought you meant to refuse me. A host of red mages committed their memories to this gem, and now it is yours. Absorb the knowledge it contains, then we will discuss the finer points of red magic. But first, I should give you that reward. Okay, red mage unlocked. How deep the rabbit hole goes. Combos. Melee-oriented classes such as Gladiator and Marauder can chain together their weapon skills to deal additional damage or inflict additional enfeeblements to their targets. This is known as a combo. Combos are not available to pugilists, as this melee class employs a unique weapon skill chaining system. If a weapon skill can be chained with another, it will be indicated in the weapon skill's help text under combo action. In the case of Vorpal Thrust to the left, if executed immediately after true thrust, the potency will be increased. Some weapon skills must be delivered from a specific direction to maximize their damage. When a weapon skill can be chained into a combo, its hotbar icon will be outlined with a flashing yellow border. The border will fade if the weapon skill is not used within a certain amount of time. Learn which weapon skills chain together to maximize your battle efficiency. Okay, so hindi ko na siya makakausap ko siya pero walang quest kasi naka-lock. Ayun. But at least nakuha ko na to ngayon. So that is a good thing. Pwede ko na siyang balikan kapag na-reach ko na yung level 50. Kokosamu! Marvelously mutable materia. Kokosamu would share news of his master's latest advance in the arcane art of materia manipulation. Riddle me this, friend. Have ye ever found yourself in the unfortunate situation where your pockets were near to busting with all manner of materia, save for the sorts you wanted the most? Well, I have. And I tell you, it felt like I brought a sack full of fishing poles to a gold mine. Now, I ask ye, what if there were a way to melt down a couple of pieces of materia that weren't availing you naught, and mold them into a shiny new piece that Naimiya willing just might strike your fancy? This most handy procedure is something we like to call shifty making. Rather, that's what Master Mutamix calls it. Myself, I've coined the term transmutation, which I'm hoping might find favor with adventurers like yourself. How's it all work, you ask? I could tell you, but why ask the student when you can learn from the master? You'll find Mutamix right over there, likely jumping out of his boots, looking to trade tongue flaps about his discovery. Uplander seeks knowings of shifty making, yes? Then Uplander should make open ears to tongue flaps of Mutamix. Process of shifty making is a big help use. First, be taking 5 need not materia, yes? Melty mix this one, mixy melt that one, squeeze and squash, then big eyes. 5 need not are reborn as one shiny new. But shifty making is not simple like crafty making. Knowings of shifty making are much and many, and Uplander's brain case, though big for Uplander, is small. Uplander need not making worry face. If Uplander has many need not materia, bring them to tent ring. Mutamix will shifty make for Uplander. Materia transmutation now available. Mutamix will perform materia transmutation for you at any time free of charge. Bring the goblin 5 pieces of unwanted materia and he will transmute them into a single new piece to use as you see fit. That said, materia transmutation remains an inexact science. As for what manner of material will emerge each time Mutamix works, his wonders not even the goblin genius himself can say. Um... Hmm. I'm just gonna pay because I'm not gonna travel all the way there. And who are you, adventurer? Adventure? No, I don't remember ordering any, and I would remember something like that, seeing as I'm the employee of the moon for the 9th time. Thank you, thank you. Shush now, I'm listening to the scruffy man. An inquiry about the processed ceruleum shipment from St. Goth in Ul'Dah? Interesting. Thieves and robbers, so we may have a shared problem here. As unlikely as that sounds, we would love to ship ceruleum, but there's far too little of it coming out of the plant. I suspect thievery. A little skimming off the top, hmm? Furthermore, I suspect the porters. I was just going to keep an eye. Wouldn't want trouble with the labor confraternities, you know, but you are welcome to doubt and question them, and I use the one problem to solve another. Brilliant. Stealing ceruleum. One, I oughta punch you in the face for impugning my reputation. Two, you think I'd be still here with my arse out in the wind if I'd made off with that kind of loot? We're doing honest work out here with all manner of nasties just yawns away. You doubt my words, go check the ceruleum in those barrels. Ain't nothing missing from what it's in the books. Goblins drinking ceruleum? Nah, I have seen everything. Well, I guess I don't need to get me a champion from the confraternity. That's a relief. But we'll have to make an extra trip to the plant to make up for what those cursed toppers put down the hatch. Interesting. Goblins. No, I definitely didn't order any. We do sometimes though, for business reasons. Everybody does it. Shush, you can stop talking now. So, I'll have to hire guards for that whole area and... Oh, an idea. Raise the price and call it a special security surcharge. The ceruleum must flow. Anyway, the ceruleum must flow. No more delays in shipping. Another brilliant coup by Papawazu. Oh, is that a feather for my cap? Why, thank you very much. So, you can tell Synthgoth that his shipment will be there in just a few days. Unfortunately, there will be a wee increase in price. Security surcharge, you know, everybody does it. If you wish to become Flame Private Second Class, you must fulfill the following requirements. By the power vested in me, I hereby appoint you to the rank of Flame Private Second Class. May you fight to the last for coin and country. Okay. Mimio mio. The Way of the Samurai. An Ul'Dah citizen is ripe to burst with excitement and seeks a hapless passerby upon whom to unburden himself. This quest will unlock the samurai job. Dolls balls, just when you think you've seen it all, the world's full of surprises. What am I talking about, you ask? Oh, nothing much, just the most amazing blade work I've ever seen. It wasn't even the main card either, but light entertainment. A far eastern fellow, old enough to be my grandfather, appeared and called for challengers. But who should answer him but a brute of a gladiator? People thought it was either mummery or a sick joke. After all, what could one expect from such a mismatch? The old and infirm versus the young and informed? But when the action began, the old man proceeded to drop everyone's jaws. His opponents not least of all with his blistering blade work. The most riveting moment, though, was when he had the challenger on the back foot. For instead of finishing the job, he went and sheathed his blade. Putting your steel away in the heat of battle, well, that's akin to committing suicide. This wasn't lost on the gladiator, who lunged in with a mighty swing. The spectators gasped collectively, thinking it was over. And it was, but not for the old man. For in the next instant, before anyone could comprehend what had happened, his opponent was crumpled to the ground. In one fell stroke, and with impossible speed, the old man had drawn his sword and dealt the telling blow. A few heartbeats passed in stunned silence, then the stands erupted in riotous cheering. Gods, just recounting it gives me the chills. The speed, the precision, the elegance, simply sublime. How's it possible? I had never heard of these Far Eastern warriors? These samurai? Oh, wait, are you thinking what I think you're thinking? And you want to face the old man? Well, that silver-tongued showmaster was looking for a new challenger. But you don't want to do this. Let someone else be the fool. Uh... Come one, come all, and marvel at the mystery of the Far East. A swordsman hailing from exotic Hingashi, whose blade work is quicker than the eye can see. Don't let his age fool you. Although he may be, he's already made short of work of one of oldest, meanest gladiators, and he now seeks a new challenger. If you can best him, you'll be rewarded with a rare Hingan treasure. There's just one condition. You must fight with the same blade as the old man's. If you think you have what it takes, proceed to the Gladiators Guild and make yourself known to the Far Eastern Elder. This aura, unusual yet undoubtedly formidable. There I hope a worthy challenger has come. Well met, friend. I'm Musosai, a samurai of Hingashi. Lest you wonder, samurai are swordsmen of the Far East. Yet know that the swords we wield are unlike those of this land. Katana they are called, and for our duel I shall lend you such a blade, along with a stone, a talisman of sorts. Wear them on your person and you shall become one of us, at least in appearance if not in sooth. Samurai unlocked. Bushido blade. Ang dami kong item. Chocobo saddlebag. Synth Goth. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning... Oh, it's you, Mateo. Talk to Papa Wazoo? Really, he said a matter of days? So my dear man, you're telling me they're shipping what's owed me but charging more for it? I wish Amagina and all his sons the joy of my guild. I hope it gives them gout. I do I do appreciate you sorting this out, and with that Parak Papawazu no less. A discerning middleman such as myself will certainly remember you for the future commissions. A Tale of Three Cities. A middleman is the pepper of commerce, useless alone. Excellent in moderation, pernicious in excess. Whichever one Saint Goth appears to be, he has a task that may interest you, okay? Thanks to you, I'll be able to make my ceruleum shipment to Certas. That's a load off my mind. A middleman has not but his name, you know. Headed back to Camp Dragonhead, I assume. Tell Edwin to start laying out his vats, for that's how soon he'll have his ceruleum. He won't take my word for it, though, since Papa Wazoo's made a liar of me by tarrying while goblins drank my shipment. Take this to Edwin as a token of my apology, and don't you sample any. I'll do that when I feel like doing it. The Secrets of the White Lily. I would have you hold onto the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidences to individuals, I'm sorry, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Miyun. Mayhap someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. Good evening to you, Mateo. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite, artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body? On a dead body? Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette over by the Etherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Wait lang you guys, bathroom break. And I'm back. Ayun. I realized na hindi pa pala ako kumakain. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have. It seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there's a soul in Gridania who does, it would be signed gold over the Lancers' Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis. Wala, nagsustutter yung game. Hindi, yung controller ko yung nagsistutter. Kasi meron na siyang Joy-Con. Well, it's a Pro Controller Drift. Ayan. Bernadette believes that I can help you? Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait. A memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursandel, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it. I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray, leave me to my thoughts. The sigil of the D'Artancourt family. How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman? Her face. Was it marred in any way? I had feared as such. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promised to put an end to Milady's madness and free her from her torment. Skeletons in her closet. Orsandel has a confession to make regarding the mysterious murders. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dartancourt. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though Milady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, Milady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain that which she had lost. So she began the rites of, in quote, rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hulky Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at the Hulky Manor on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done. Okay, that's terrible. That is awful. Wait lang ah. Alright, let's go. Huh. Daming mata ah. Manor Gate. Hulk Manor now accessible. Di ko na yan hihintayin. Okay, let's go. Everything okay here? Okay. Kaya nga lang. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. Galing, galing. Mag-wave na muna. Till next time, you guys. Thank you again. Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. ASEAN of the 12 Staffed, it is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals makes you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Fare you well, bringer of light. Ah, you are returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. So she went so far as to consort with devils. What that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore, through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both. I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. Welcome back, Mateo. Full glad am I to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn in the 12's Wood? Two of Lahabrea's minions, and they sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us, it is beyond doubt. Then the Asians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Asians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others. Wrath of the Titan. Ito na, level 30.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚽𝚜 has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽 able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send him to 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙼𝙽 without YOSHITAKA, can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, YOSHITAKA?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldesion, and Alphino if you would. Papalymo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
And we're going back to 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙼𝙽, the most crowded city-state of all in Eorzea. 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙼𝙽, I'm coming home. Hail, adventurer, and welcome to Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with the personal officer. Unless you are the guest we were told to expect. Aha! Forgive me, sir. To business then. It is as we told the antecedent, the kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals, fodder for their fell primal. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Mateo. On behalf of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Mateo personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people. Nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we turn now to the science of the seventh dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you're right. The situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Luminsans who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Y'shtola. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Really do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙃 citizenry are of course of paramount concern. Already we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count your help? You have my thanks. Along with the full support of the Maelstrom, I await good tidings. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe. And I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members are still alive. It is said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lanosea. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. Lay down your burden, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. Pangyalas or three. You're gonna say something, Venturer, or just keep staring? Hey, you want to know about the company of heroes? Ah, hells. Prize of bleeding fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, mate. Old Tactum was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? Tales from Tidus the Slayer. Tractum is eager to regale you with stories of his glory days. Gahaha! So you want to hear the tale of how the company of heroes bested a primal, do you? Let me guess, you mean that bastard Titus, aye? If only he'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights we did. The ground trembled with every step. Titus took, and when he hit ye, boy, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ah, just like that. Oi, what's that look for? I'm a god's damn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Titus. Well, too bad, cause now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made the nest by the windmill just south of here? Do that, then we'll talk. So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, Venturer. Save me the hassle of a... Never mind. Hungry hunky gooboos. What? You still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, Venture. It was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do, but unless you prove me you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gubu. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for flour milled here, so ye ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you get to try due west and standing lookout case a Gubu comes calling. Slay it, then I might consider telling you more about old Titus. You again. Then that 𝙵𝙬𝙽 that was harassing the millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, adventurer. Still, you took forever a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. Don't tell me a damn thing then. The 𝙵𝙼𝙽𝙾 way. 𝙵𝙗 remains unconvinced of your readiness to defeat the dread primal Tidus. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Tidus. Maybe if you slew a... You're wasting my time. 𝙵𝙗, you in here drinking again? If you are, that 𝙵𝙬𝙽 had better be dead. Oh my gosh, supposedly dapat siya yung gagawa. Tapos pinapagawa niya lang sa akin. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have my word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two. With my trusty axe, I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask him? He'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Nope. Tell me true, was it 𝙵𝙗 who slew that 𝙵𝙬𝙽, or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, 𝙵𝙗, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes. The legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Tidus. Tidus? Tidus? Who in the seven hells is Tidus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. Well, see, Tidus was what me and my lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of sahag and shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside, will learn the truth the 𝙵𝙼𝙾𝙾 way. 𝙵𝙗, if you didn't slay that 𝙵𝙬𝙽, you may consider your contract revoked. Bleh. Pala utos kang nyeta ka. Ang paling kita eh. Man of the flower. Duty calls. Okay, proceed. Alright, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes, but I'm begging you, Chief. Please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. No, you don't. Save your blubbering tractum. Ugh. Gods, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but ye went and believed me, so I look, his name was Wisekite, alright, Wisekite. He'll tell you how to defeat Tidus or whatever the hell's that thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then, tell the chief to forgive me, it's only fair. Pardon? You wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰 are depending upon us. Humph, you fancy yourselves heroes. Then, just like in the tales, be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. He is blessed with the power that protects him from the primal influence. Thus, he was able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A man who can't be tempered? Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you will succeed. Believe what you will. We mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃 to the wrath of Titan. You are passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserve better than the greeting I gave you, but I will not send you into Ogomoro on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for Master 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽𝚽𝚜's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man, have you heard nothing I've said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you're welcome to find your own way into Ogomoro. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Heh, very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽𝚃𝚰 hangs in the balance. Okay, let me do this bullshit job of yours. Nix that. Master 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽𝚽𝚜's request can be more demanding than you realize. Before I set you to your true task, I would like you to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. Enix has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with your herring. Slay the Enix and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me a leg as a proof of the kill. Well, did you deal with the Nix? Lest you think me overly cautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. Two highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽 desires can be easily purchased. It is to be extremely exotic feast, and so... Matteo, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine, and by suitable I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. It will be a long, arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command are still alive, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient, I will have you to travel to the South Shroud and speak with the Landonel at Camp Tranquil. What? Do you mean to tell me that you cannot afford to waste time as your associate did? Adventurer, if you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe that you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't, I have work to do. Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Matteo. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantoise. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, and of course, simple in theory but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? Ha, you amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice. Let me be clear, this business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them, it was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot. Ditto here being a rare exception. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I am seen as a model citizen with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails, and hang you from the nearest heaven's pillar. Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamantoise egg in the nest to the east of here, just ripe for the picking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes, Matteo. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest or your corpse will rot in this swamp. More like challenge accepted. I thought you might have the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end? Aha, such bravery, such recklessness. That will serve you well against Titan. Lead the egg with me and I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to southern Thanalan. In Forgotten Springs, you will find a man named... whatever. He will be your next guide. Safe travels, Mateo. State your business, adventurer. So this is the one Wise Kite sends me. I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, and until I do, you will receive no aid from me. The perfect prey. Persistent bugger. Very well, let's have a look at you. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that. And you did manage to obtain that adamantoid's egg. However, that was not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed that this strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I'm... Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills. Instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready, even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I claimed my position, and this is why I still hold it, and this is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert to the east lies an Amalja encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned both for his strength and his guile. To even face this Amalja in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test, to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only this worn spear. Why, you ask? You will have to resolve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior and bring to me his necklace. Tell me, adventurer, is our old nemesis dead? Tis a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear, it belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar, he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck? I wonder. Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredients you seek. I don't like the color. When the worm turns. Ashamed we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point dwelling on that, on what cannot be. You have a Wellick worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but Welwick worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on smaller creatures of the Sagoli. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it upon your map, along with the location where Welwick worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well. You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Matteo. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to 𝙵𝙬𝙽. Worry not, you have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say that I know naught of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek 𝙵𝙬𝙽's counsel. But hold a moment. Since you will be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I would like you to deliver to him for me. The captain was always fond of this brandy wine. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I have I owe to his wisdom and generosity. 𝙵𝙬𝙽 was a firm yet fair teacher, an expert molder of men, and I suspect that it's still the case now. Please give him my regards, Matteo. Well met, Matteo. Landonel and the name both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? My favorite. I shall have to thank the nun personally. Now you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Ul'Dah this time to obtain it. The things we do for cheese. 𝙵𝙬𝙽 would like to tell you about the final ingredient. Okay. Truth be told, I never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. 𝙵𝙬𝙽, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word that there's been some trouble at the long stop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. So she told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to the Hidden Falls docks and speak with Ozunazun. He will direct you to the Raincatcher Gully, where 𝙵𝙬𝙽 and her people have made their home. What's the hurry, venturer? Eh? Something happened over the 𝙵𝙬 settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to the Raincatcher Gully. Brave flocks all talks. Tongue flaps of Westkite be reaching ears of brave flocks. Uplander is come for tasty fresh gobby treats, yes? Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Lighty beast chase gobby flock from homes. Gobby flock needs goodly Uplander gives safety to Longstop with much hand lending. Okay. So yun yan, nakamute ako the whole time. Hindi ako nakapag-thank you. Nakuha ko yung cheese pero I got to travel here. Sabi ko, since meron na naman siyang isa pang quest, I'll do that next time na lang. Ayun, kasi mahaba na yung video. Anyway, yan na muna ang part 9 ng Final Fantasy XII online for Nintendo Switch 2. Bukas ulit. Ciao!